nothing good. Trump has bled the American people dry with these tariffs, and now he's coming back for more. Trump claims a massive new wave of manufacturing, but the truth is we have lost 75,000 manufacturing jobs since Trump started his trade war. I repeat, Trump tariffs have cost our country 75,000 manufacturing jobs. Once again, Trump lies. He just lies. He doesn't care what the facts are. If it suits his purposes, his big ego, his insatiable desire to pat himself on the back, he lies. Trump, we have lost manufacturing jobs since your tariffs, 75,000 of them. Meanwhile, tariff rates mysteriously change, and new exemptions are announced every time Trump receives a gold watch, a diamond ring, or a phone call from one of his billionaire buddies. The story is always the same with this administration. Trump and his billionaire friends win, families lose. Trump corrupts the presidency to enrich himself. Then he turns around and raises costs of Americans at every turn. And Senate Republicans are more than happy to help Trump every step of the way. Now on the Election Protection Task Force that we Democrats have put together. Trump has tried to corrupt everything he touches, and our elections are next. Trump knows he can't outrun Republicans off the record, so he's trying to rig the race in November. Trump and the GOP would rather silence Americans than answer to them. We're going to make sure Republicans hear the American people loud and clear in November, which is why the Senate Democrats' Election Protection Task Force gathered again yesterday to wargame our response to Trump's all-out assault on our elections. Our task force is planning for every eventuality and looking at every tool to stop Trump from stealing the midterm election. It doesn't matter what Trump tries to throw at us. Exercises like the one we held yesterday ensure we'll be ready to respond. We're anticipating the trouble he might create, the evil he might do, and what our response should be in advance. Trump ignored Americans when they told him to lower his costs. Trump ignored Americans when they told him to end his wars. Now Trump wants to ignore Americans when they tell him they want Republicans gone. Trump may not want to listen to the American people, but he's going to have to face the music in November, whether he likes it or not. And finally, on a sad note, the anniversary of the 1998 Capitol Police shooting. Tomorrow marks 28 years when Detective John Gibson and Officer Jacob Chestnut of the United States Capitol Police gave their lives defending our Capitol. They showed tremendous heroism that day, one I remember all too well. They faced grave danger with courage, made the ultimate sacrifice to protect our Capitol, the people within, and the democracy this building represents. For that, they will always have our gratitude, and so will all our Capitol Police officers who work so hard to keep us safe. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks. Mr. President,
Majority Whip.
I'm going to ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, when it comes to elections in America, only American citizens should be allowed to vote. Big cities, blue states, illegal immigrants are registering to vote and are casting ballots. This week, the state of New Jersey admitted that 6,600 non-citizens made it onto their voting rolls. Every single one of them, every single one was registered to vote during the final years of the Biden administration. 6,600. 400 of them actually voted. And those are the ones that we know about. Here's how it happened. For 4 years, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris flung open our southern border. 10 million illegal immigrants flooded into our country. Among them were criminals, members of cartels, drug dealers, gang members, terror suspects. Sanctuary states and cities welcomed these illegal immigrants, and the state of New Jersey, where all this happened, is one of them. New Jersey hands out driver's licenses to illegal immigrants. Its Department of Motor Vehicles turns driver's licenses directly into voter registration. It's automatic. And in this case, the state of New Jersey, it registered 6,600 of these illegal immigrants to vote. It happened in the state of New Jersey, and they admit they did it. The liberal governor of New Jersey blames it all on a computer glitch. The real blame belongs to the Democrats and their sanctuary city and state policies. Democrats can't throw open the borders, hand illegal immigrants driver's licenses, and then pretend to be shocked. Shocked, the Democrats claim to be, when these illegal immigrants end up voting. Illegal immigrants must not be allowed to vote in American elections. States need to clean up their voter rolls aggressively and do it immediately. The National Voter Registration Act requires states to make, quote, reasonable efforts to maintain accurate voter rolls. Many Democrat states refuse to follow the law. Senator Schumer said last week on this floor that elections belong to the American people. And just moments ago, right before he left the floor, he talked about, quote, so-called Democrats' Election Integrity Task Force. I wrote it down as he said it. Democrats' Election Integrity Task Force. You talk about an oxymoron like jumbo shrimp, like pretty ugly, like deafening silence. To me, deafening silence is what's happening from the Democrats, and it's time for them to start actually acting. Democrats need to stop opposing every effort that we make on this Senate floor to secure our border and to enforce our immigration laws. Election security begins with border security. Today's Democrats want neither border security nor election security. And they sure don't want voter ID. They don't want to have guaranteed that only citizens vote. The modern Democrat Party is being driven today by extremists. And these extremists all around the country are winning Democrat primary elections. In New York, a Democrat nominee for Congress has vowed to abolish the Immigration and Customs Enforcement. In Colorado, another Democrat nominee who won a Democrat primary election in just the last couple of weeks said abolishing ICE will not wait. They want to abolish Immigration and Customs Enforcement in our nation. In Michigan, a leading Democrat candidate for this United States Senate has been fighting since 2018. We're talking 8 years to abolish ICE. 8 years spent fighting our nation's Immigration and Customs Enforcement. He recently said, ICE cannot be reformed. It can't be retrained. It must be abolished. They want to open the borders, let anybody in, and let them stay forever. That's what the Democrat Party of today believes. They actually have a manifesto. That's the Democrat manifesto. It is a manifesto. They want mass amnesty for illegal immigrants, and that includes illegal immigrant criminals, even murderers. They want to release illegal immigrant criminals into our communities, into our neighborhoods. And then the Democrats are demanding free health care for illegal immigrants paid for by American taxpayers. They're demanding illegal immigrants vote in our elections. That's what they really want. They want to abolish the Senate. That's part of their manifesto. They want to pack the Supreme Court. That's part of their manifesto. They want to abolish the Electoral College. That is part of the manifesto that is being elected in Democrat primaries around the country. They want to tear up the Constitution and tear down the United States of America. That's their agenda. It's radical, it's extreme, it is dangerous, it's scary. The American people ought to be scared about what's happening with the Democratic manifesto and what they're promoting for this country. American people can't afford it, and they're certainly not going to accept it. It's not the America that we know and love. The Department of Homeland Security recently released new data about the number of illegal border crossings in the month of June. It is at a 50-year low. That's because of the work being done by this administration. For the past 14 years, 0 illegal immigrants have been released into the country, absolutely 0, after millions and millions and millions under the Joe Biden catch and release disaster. Republicans have secured the border, but this fight isn't over, Mr. President. After years of Democrat open border policies, millions of illegal immigrants remain in our country today. Either we remove them, or extreme Democrats are going to do everything they can to make it possible for them to vote in our elections. We already saw it happen in New Jersey. Republicans promised to deport illegal immigrant criminals, and it is time to continue on with that promise. The contrast is clear. Republicans want our laws enforced. Democrats want our laws ignored. The American people rejected open borders before, will reject them again. The American people want secure borders, safe communities, and only American citizens voting. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Senator Nevada.
Thank you. Mr. President, I rise today to speak once again about a crisis that demands the ongoing attention of the Senate: the disturbing rise in anti-Semitism in America. Across our country, Jewish Americans are continuing to face unspeakable acts of hate, threats, violence, and discrimination that are happening at record levels. Unfortunately, this is not anything new. In fact, for more than a decade, anti-Semitism has been on the rise. It's setting record numbers year after year, particularly since the October 7th terrorist attack on Israel. According to an ADL report, 2025 was the third highest year for anti-Semitic incidents in the United States since the ADL began collecting data. And physical assaults against Jews were higher in 2025 than ever before. So I want everyone to just think about that. Physical assaults against Jews were the highest since ADL began tracking this data nearly 50 years ago. And FBI data, well, it's shown that Jewish Americans are the target of almost 70% of religiously motivated hate crimes in this country, despite making up only 2% of the population. Think about that, 70% of crime against 2% of the population. And just this past year, a historic synagogue in Jackson, Mississippi, firebombed. Jewish congregations were defaced in Austin, Texas, Albuquerque, New Mexico, Hot Springs, Arkansas, and Oak Park, Michigan. And in West Bloomfield, Michigan, a man actually drove his car into a building housing a synagogue and a preschool and then opened fire. Even beyond these specific incidents, we're witnessing worrying trends in how Americans are thinking about Jewish communities. Last week, the Blue Square Alliance Against Hate released a poll that found that nearly 1/3 of people, 18 to 44, viewed Jews as, I'm going to quote here, a threat to the unity of American society. 2% of the population, a threat to the unity of American society. Let that sink in. The same poll found that 1 in 8 young adults said Jewish people, I'm going to quote again, cause problems in the world, end quote. And around 1 in 5 younger Americans did not consider slurs against Jews to be harmful to Jewish people. I really wish these findings were hard to believe, but for many around this country, they aren't surprising. For some, they'll point to the war in the Middle East and U.S. policy in the region as a driver of these spikes in anti-Semitism. And of course, we can and we must have frank, open discussions on how U.S. should handle our foreign policy. But we cannot stand idly by and allow these disagreements to become excuses for turning a blind eye on attacks towards Jewish Americans. When we return from the August state work period, it will be September and the high holidays. High holidays, well, they'll be in full swing. From Rosh Hashanah to Yom Kippur, this is the holiest time of the Jewish year. And many Jews, including those who may not go to synagogue any other time, will be preparing to attend religious services in observance of these important holidays. But it is the unfortunate reality that these holidays are now marked by a palpable fear, because large gatherings make communities vulnerable to attacks. Sadly, what should be a season of reflection and prayer, worship and renewal is a source of now fear and anxiety for far too many American Jews. And as a result, 1 in 4 Jewish Americans have skipped Jewish events, Jewish religious services, observances, due to the fear of being targeted. It's not right. It is not right. They don't go to temple for fear of being targeted. Something must be done. Before I came to the Senate, I was the president of the largest Reform synagogue in Nevada, and I know firsthand the preparations that synagogues undertake to keep their congregations safe, especially during the high holidays. No one should have to worship behind a barricade. No one should have to go through a police check and police surrounding your entire building in order to go pray. But as anti-Semitic harassment and violence continue to be a real threat, heightened security measures are a fact of life for Jewish communities. Every synagogue leader in this country has to think about hiring professional security, installing cameras, doing everything they can to protect their congregation. Security, the largest line item on a budget now. And this heavy burden isn't only an emotional and logistical one. Robust security comes with a steep financial cost. There's a highly successful federal grant program at FEMA that helps at-risk institutions, including houses of worship, like synagogues, churches, and mosques. Well, it helps them to make the security upgrades that they need so Americans can worship peacefully and safely. And this is why we need to robustly fund the nonprofit security grant program. In fact, authorizing $1 billion for this program, nearly 3 times the current funding level, is a key component of the Jewish American Securities Act. It's my comprehensive bill, bipartisan bill, with Senator James Lankford of Oklahoma to address anti-Semitism and threats to the Jewish community. But this program can only help institutions if grant money is actually accessible and if there's enough money available to the applicants who need it all across this country in communities large and small. Unfortunately, Many institutions had less than a month to apply for grants through the NSGP this year. Sometimes they often had days to review the program, develop proposals, gather the necessary documents and supporting assessments. In past years, the application window has been as long as 80 days. And so, it's why, in addition to making this historic investment in NSGP, our bipartisan bill would make important reforms to streamline how the program is implemented and allow grant funding to be used to hire security services so that the program truly matches the needs of the congregations it must support. And it won't just stop there. Our bipartisan Jewish American Security Act would also create a new federal grant program to support local police who protect at-risk houses of worship. You know, I often say anti-Semitism is the canary in the coal mine. It's a warning sign for all other forms of hate and discrimination to come. Tackling anti-Semitism sends a strong message that we will not tolerate hate and discrimination in our country, in the United States of America. And if we don't draw this line now, if we don't stand up, if we don't say enough is enough, then when will we? Who's next? Jewish community, canary in the coal mine. We must draw the line. We must pass this bill. The Jewish American Securities Act is so critical to our safety and security. When will we say enough is enough? Let's hope it's now. Thank you.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks.
Mr. President,
Senator from Connecticut.
we in a quorum call?
We are.
I'd ask that we dispense with the quorum.
Without objection.
Mr. President, in a few moments, we are going to vote on a resolution to end the president's illegal, disastrous war with Iran. We should pass this resolution. This is day 146 of a war that has no achievable objectives and no endgame. A war that has ruined American families as gas prices are back over $4 a gallon, unaffordable for many working-class Americans. We have sky-high diesel and fertilizer prices. We've seen record numbers of farms go into bankruptcy. This is a war that has made Iran stronger, a war that has depleted American munitions so dangerously that we are now exposed without the munitions and interceptors necessary if there was an actual threat posed to the United States elsewhere around the world. This war has been an unmitigated disaster from start to finish. There's a reason why no American president, Republican or Democrat, prior to Donald Trump, began a preemptive war with Iran, because everyone with even scant knowledge of the Middle East knew that a war with Iran was not winnable, knew that it would set off a series of other conflicts in the region that would result in chaos. And that is what we have today. Chaos. Even worse, planned chaos, foreseeable chaos. Every day, as we speak, Iran strikes its neighbors, Israel, Kuwait, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Qatar. Every day, Iran strikes U.S. forces and are basing in the region. They have done billions of dollars worth of damage to our forces and to our partners' forces. Our war against Iran has set off other wars. Israel has invaded Lebanon. In that country, 4,300 people have been killed. 12,000 have been wounded. 1.2 million Lebanese have been displaced from their homes. Let me say this again. The war with Iran has set off another war in which 4,300 people have been killed and 1.2 million people have been displaced from their homes. And this week, a new conflict is breaking out between the Houthis in Yemen and Saudi Arabia. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. Iran did not control the strait before the war, but they now effectively control it. The Bab el-Mandeb Strait, connecting the Red Sea to global waterways, now appears also closed. And the Houthis, again, another Iranian ally, have started to attack ships there. There are 17 Americans who have died. There are hundreds others who have been wounded. Almost 2,000 Iranian civilians have died, including 250 children. The U.S. has depleted our munitions and interceptor stores to dangerous levels. Over decades, we carefully, methodically built up a stockpile of long-range stealth missiles, mostly in preparation for a possible future conflict with China. You know what percentage of that stockpile has been fired at Iran in 146 days? Not 10%, not 30%, 50%. We have fired half of our entire stockpile of long-range stealth missiles in 4 months. And the situation is even worse for our allies and partners in the region. Reports suggest that the UAE and Kuwait may have burned through 75% of their Patriot missiles just over the last 146 days. This all sounds like a disaster, correct? Like an unmitigated 5-alarm disaster. But the administration defends this reality. They frankly can't object to the facts that I just laid out. They simply say that this is the cost of a just war. Lives lost, regional chaos, high prices, low stockpiles, taxpayers footing the bill. It's just all worth it because the Trump administration says we are achieving our goals and the goals are worth the price. And here's the most important thing to understand as we approach this vote in a few moments. It's not worth it. Why? Because Trump has not achieved a single war goal. And Trump has no path to achieve any single war goal. All of the cost, all of the chaos, all of the death that I just described is going to be for nothing, because not a single one of these goals is going to be achieved. Now, I will admit the goals have shifted over time. And so on this chart, I am simplifying the set of goals. But the first goal has been articulated many times in different forms by the administration: regime change. In Trump's video announcing the beginning of the war, he says, when we are finished with this campaign, the Iranian people should, quote, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will probably be your only chance for generations. There is also extensive reporting on the plan led by the Israelis, but supported by the United States, to replace the old regime with leaders friendly to the United States and Israel. But here's the reality. Yes, this war has taken out the previous leadership. But what has happened is that the old regime has simply been swapped for a new generation of revolution-era ideologues that are younger, that are more emboldened, and that are less compromising. The new Ayatollah is well known to be a prominent hardliner. He has surrounded himself with other hardliners, leaders of the Quds Force, those with a history of brutal repression of dissidents inside Iran. And they feel emboldened because they have survived this war. They have emerged controlling the country. They've taken America's best shot, and they are still in charge. The president at one point tried to claim that this goal had been effectuated, that because the old Ayatollah is dead and there is a new Ayatollah, by definition, they had succeeded in regime change. All we got is a younger set of leaders who are more confident they can beat the United States and are going to emerge from this conflict more powerful in the region. The second war goal, destroying Iran's military capabilities. Now, the administration, basically as soon as the war began, claimed victory here. On day 14 of this conflict, nearly 5 months ago, the Secretary of Defense said that Iran's military had been destroyed and made combat ineffective. 26 days into the conflict, Vice President Vance declared the Iranian conventional military is effectively destroyed. But with our own eyes, every single day, we can see that that is a lie. As missiles are being fired at our troops and our partners in the region, as wars break out anew each week. According to public reporting in the New York Times and Washington Post, U.S. intelligence suggests that Iran has retained as much as 70% of its pre-war missile stock and 70% of its mobile missile launchers. $100 billion spent, 140 days of war, and we have dented their missile capacity. Along the Strait of Hormuz, where the missiles probably matter the most, a new U.S. intelligence estimate, again, this is open source reporting, says that of the 33 sites, only 3 sites are fully destroyed or inaccessible. 30 missile sites along the Strait of Hormuz are still operational. Military intelligence agencies have also reported that Iran has regained access to 90% of the underground missile storage that we have hit. Iran still has their missiles. They still have their drones. They are rebuilding capacity. We have utterly failed at destroying Iran's military capabilities, and there is no path to success in this war aim. Finally, the third goal, eliminate Iran's nuclear program and ensure that they can never acquire a nuclear weapon. This is, of course, a goal that has been shared by Republicans and Democrats. And as Trump has said, this is the only thing that matters. Secretary Hegseth reiterated several times at the hearing yesterday that the primary objective of the war is now to make sure that Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. But let's just be clear about the facts. According to the IAEA, Iran still has a stockpile of about 970 pounds of highly enriched uranium. That stockpile still exists in the country. Reports suggest that they have moved their highly advanced centrifuges to a place called Pickaxe Mountain and buried them so deep that no airstrike can impact them. And most importantly, because Donald Trump pulled out of the previous nuclear agreement, which had frozen Iran's nuclear research program, Iran has gained the knowledge to enrich uranium up to 60%, which everybody knows is effectively weapons grade. And there's no military strike that can erase that fact. This is a reality that Donald Trump created. Now, Trump's theory is that this military campaign is going to push Iran to the negotiating table, and the result will be a deal, a nuclear deal, that's better than the one that Iran signed. But this is fantasy. There is no world in which Iran, after this war, agrees to more than they agreed to in the JCPOA. And you just can't avoid the facts here. The primary reason is that we will have less leverage in these negotiations than the Obama administration had. Why is that? One, this regime is harder line, less willing to negotiate and compromise than the administration Obama was negotiating with. Second, there is no fear of U.S. airstrikes. That was always a sword of Damocles hovering over the negotiations during the Obama administration. Now Iran knows that they can survive, the regime can survive America's best shot. Our military leverage is just much weaker. And our primary leverage that we had during the Obama administration, the removal of oil sanctions, will not be available to us in these negotiations because we have already demonstrated that those sanctions will be released just to get Iran to reopen the strait. So we won't have the military leverage. We won't have the oil sanctions leverage. We'll be dealing with a regime that is harder line than the one we were dealing with prior. There is no world in which, at the end of this conflict, we are getting a better nuclear agreement than the one that Trump left. Billions of dollars wasted, 18 Americans dead, thousands of civilians and children in the Middle East killed, our military stockpiles dangerously depleted, new wars in the region breaking out by the week, the Strait of Hormuz and possibly the Red Sea now closed, controlled by our enemies, gas prices skyrocketing, the global economy melting down. All of this for what? Nothing. Not a single war objective achieved, not a viable path to achieve any of them in the coming months. This war was a mistake from the start. Everyone except for Donald Trump knew it would be a disaster. It is a disaster, and we have a chance today to vote to end it.
Senator North Dakota.
I rise today in support of Judge Daniel Trainor's nomination to serve on the United States Court of Appeals for the Eighth Circuit. Judge Trainor is seeking to fill the seat being vacated by Judge Ralph Erickson, who will be taking senior status upon Judge Trainor's confirmation. I want to take this opportunity to thank Judge Erickson for his many years of serving on the bench, whether at the state district court, the federal district court, or as a circuit court judge. Ralph Erickson has been a dedicated public servant, and we thank him for his hard work over the decades. I actually have known him since high school. He was on both the football team and the basketball team, and he's a huge guy. And I remember he was a good lineman. And I remember if he stood in the lane at basketball, you couldn't get anywhere near the basket. You had to kind of shoot a three-pointer. Super guy, great sense of humor, and a good friend. But we'll miss Ralph in terms of his full-time status, but the good news is he'll be on senior status and still involved. And he's just a tremendous judge. And I'm very confident that Judge Traynor will do a fantastic job carrying on his legacy. Today I have the privilege of supporting a nominee in Judge Traynor who embodies the highest standards of judicial service and who's dedicated his professional life to upholding the rule of law. Judge Traynor is a man of integrity, intellect, and a deep faith in our constitutional system. He's earned a reputation as a thoughtful and fair jurist whose commitment to justice is respected by those who know him and those who have appeared before him. Judge Traynor is a lifelong North Dakotan through and through. He was born in Devil's Lake, North Dakota, received his Bachelor of Arts from the University of North Dakota and his Juris Doctorate from the University of North Dakota School of Law. Judge Traynor's roots in our state have shaped his understanding of the law's impact on individuals, on families, on businesses, and on our rural communities. Throughout his career, Judge Traynor has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to public service and to the faithful application of the law. Since his confirmation to serve as judge for the United States District Court for the District of North Dakota, Judge Traynor has distinguished himself through his diligence, impartiality, and careful attention to the facts and law before him. His judicial record reflects a deep respect for the Constitution, an appreciation for the limited role of the judiciary, and a commitment to deciding cases based on the law rather than on his personal opinion or policies. The Eighth Circuit plays a critical role in interpreting and applying federal law throughout our region of the country. The citizens it serves deserve a judge who approaches that responsibility with independence, impartiality, and fidelity to the Constitution and the rule of law. Judge Traynor possesses each of these qualities. He does not legislate from the bench. Beyond his professional accomplishments, Judge Traynor is a devoted husband, father, and member of his community. His wife, Patricia, a retired lieutenant colonel in the United States Air Force, along with their 3 children, Mary Mack and Joe, are rightfully proud of what Judge Traynor has accomplished. Yet, he understands the values of hard work, service, and responsibility that are central to the people of North Dakota and the Eighth Circuit. I am proud to support his nomination, and I am confident that he will serve with distinction on the Court of Appeals. For all these reasons, I call on my colleagues to join him in supporting his nomination. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator Maryland.
Mr. President, pursuant to 50 U.S.C. 1546A and in accordance with Section 601B of the International Security Assistance and Arms Export Control Act, I move to discharge the Committee on Foreign Relations from further consideration of S.J. Res. 180.
Clerk will report.
Motion to discharge S.J. Res. 180 from the Committee on Foreign Relations.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maryland.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that Senator Sheehy be able to speak for up to 5 minutes, that I then speak for up to 20 minutes, and Senator Schumer be permitted to speak for 2 minutes before the scheduled vote.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
The senator from Montana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday we saw the President of the United States and many others at Dover Air Force Base presiding over a ceremony that is very sacred to those of us who served, and that is a dignified return of remains from the war zone. And that process happens beginning in the war zone through Dover to the hometown of our fallen heroes. I participated in many of those ceremonies myself. to include carrying friends of mine off the plane. One of those is on this bracelet. He was cut in half by an Iranian EFP. This regime that we are fighting does not care about our partisan politics. They don't care who you voted for, who you pray to, or where you live. They want to kill all of us. And they don't just say it, they actually do it. And they've been doing it for 47 years. This is a war of choice. The Democrats are correct. It's a war of choice that was begun by a radical, lunatic band of terrorists that took over a beautiful nation 47 years ago. Took it over with brutality, force, and savagery. And the second they took it over, they didn't free their people. They didn't unleash the largest oil reserves in the world to build schools and bridges. They took it over to murder their own people and to spread their disgusting ideology across the world, and that is exactly what they have been doing. They don't just say it and talk about it. You don't have to believe what they say. You can simply watch what they've done. They have attacked families, women, children, innocent people. They don't just attack them and kill them. They rape them. They skin them alive on camera. They celebrate it. They honor those people who do disgusting things that we would put in jail for the rest of their lives in this country. And they do it for fun, and they pay them money to do it, and they're heroes to that nation. They've done it to friends of mine. They've done it to families who've been in this chamber. And the fact that we sit here and listen to elected officials of this country defend these lunatics who want us all dead. They want all of you dead. They want all of us dead. They don't want us to disappear with the snap of a finger. They want us to be raped, burned alive, and cut into pieces. Watch the video from October 7th. That's what they want to happen from Maine to San Diego, from Seattle to Miami. They want this country turned into a burning husk of its former self. And you don't have to theorize that. That's what they do. From the 1983 barracks bombing, where 280 Marines were vaporized in a morning, from USS Cole to the Achille Laurel to every terrorist attack, from the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas. These are not humanitarian freedom organizations. They are death-dealing cults, and they want all of us to die brutal deaths. William Buckley was abducted in 1985, an American military officer. He was skinned alive on camera by the Iranians. American prisoners of war who were captured. They were never called prisoners of war because they were captured by lunatic terrorists, so they were not subject to the Geneva Convention. They were captured and murdered, power drills through their brains. This is in Iraq. These are families that have dealt with this, and they've never gotten a single dime. These families have never gotten restitution, and not a single president has ever stood up to them. Love Donald Trump or hate him. Love his policies, hate ICE, love ICE, whatever. There's never been a single president who has stood up to Iran and hit back. For 47 years, our troops and our families have been absorbing attack after attack after attack all over the world. And their radical ideology does not stop at the Persian Gulf. It doesn't stop at Tel Aviv. They want to do this everywhere. It's a global radical ideology. And we've been fighting it for half a century. We didn't start this war. We did not, but we will finish it. And forever wars are not popular with anybody these days. Both sides of that, I love to attack our forever wars. And I can promise you, being someone overseas wearing the uniform, when you're fighting for your country, you don't care what party's in office, but you're fighting to defend your country. And you turn on the news and see your elected officials stabbing you in the back, telling you that you're failing, that you've failed every goal of the war, is what I just heard. Last time I checked, we've wiped these bastards out. An occasional missile strike and boats in the straits, that's not military strength. Those are the flailings of a failing empire. Those are the flailings of a nation in collapse because they deserve it. So I encourage our colleagues on both sides of the aisle, whatever's politically convenient, whatever plays well on Twitter or Facebook, think about the people who are deployed right now, standing on that wall with a loaded weapon, who have volunteered to defend our country and our way of life. Because they are there defending us in a just war. Because we did not start a war with the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. They started it with us 47 years ago, and their attacks have gone unanswered for half a century. It's time to fix this problem and make sure another generation of Americans does not have to fight this murderous, savage adversary. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maryland.
Mr. President, I want to start thanking Senator Sheehy for his service to our country in our armed forces, and thank every single soldier who serves our country in uniform, and mourn the deaths of every single American service member who has been lost in this war and any other war. I listened carefully to the senator from Montana. He's right that the Iranian regime doesn't care about what's happening in the United States, doesn't care about politics in the United States. You know what else they don't care about? They don't care about the Constitution of the United States of America. They don't care about that either, but we in the Senate, we should care about the Constitution of the United States of America, because the framers of our Constitution deliberately vested the power to declare war in Congress, because they understood the enormous consequences of sending Americans into harm's way. So if our Republican colleagues have the strength of their convictions, they should bring an authorization to use military force in Iran to this floor. We've not seen that. In 140 days, we've seen nothing. If you want to be true to the Constitution of the United States, that's what Republicans would do. And the Iranians don't give a damn about our Constitution. But I would hope that those in this body who've been sworn to uphold it would give a damn about our Constitution. Because the framers understood. They understood that decisions involving war and peace should not rest with any one individual. You can glorify President Trump all you want, but the founders, those who helped write the Constitution, understood that that power should not vest with one person, whoever that person may be, regardless of prior party. That's what the founders said. The Constitution entrusted that solemn responsibility to the Congress, where the elected representatives could openly debate and vote on those questions before any president sent our sons and daughters to fight and die in foreign lands. We may disagree about whether this is a good idea or a bad idea, but we should not disagree that that is what the Constitution requires and that is what our oath requires. So, Mr. President, yes, I rise to urge my colleagues to support my war powers resolution to end this disastrous and illegal war against Iran that President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu launched over 140 days ago. The Constitution is unambiguous. This is not a close call. And yet, right now, we are finding ourselves confronting exactly the circumstances that the Constitution and the War Powers Resolution of 1973 were designed to prevent. They were designed to prevent one person from taking this country to war. They were actually designed in hopes that this Senate and this Congress would do their constitutional duty and vote yes or no, but take responsibility for decisions that send our men and women into harm's way. Take responsibility. Nearly 5 months ago, President Trump launched this illegal war. He launched it against Iran, and as I said, he launched it without any authorization. Since then, Senate Democrats and some Republicans have tried to reassert the constitutional role of Congress. We have voted 11 times on resolutions to end the war. And finally, last month, both chambers passed House Concurrent Resolution 86, directing the president to terminate hostilities against Iran. It was a historic vote. It marked the first time since the War Powers Resolution was enacted in 1973 that Congress successfully used this mechanism that was designed to halt the unauthorized use of force by a president, by any president. That resolution was not a suggestion. It is legally binding. The Iranian regime may not care about that resolution, but we should care, and the Constitution requires that we care. The passage of that resolution should have marked the end of this disastrous war. But time and again, President Trump has shown he has no respect for the Constitution. He was asked months ago whether he had to abide by the Constitution. His answer? I don't know. That is a president who has no respect for the rule of law. But we should. Instead, what the Trump administration has done is steadily expanded this conflict, moved farther away from diplomacy and farther away from a durable peace. When the Memorandum of Understanding between the United States and Iran was signed in June, I stood on this floor and said I hoped it would become the foundation for a broader diplomatic settlement. Many of my Republicans opposed that Memorandum of Understanding. I hoped that it would finally begin the long task of climbing out of the big hole this illegal war has created. That hope is gone now. Mr. President, this moment we're in now is a pivotal one in the war and for our role in it. Just this morning, the House of Representatives passed another resolution to end the war. That's how democracy works. The Iranian regime doesn't care about our democracy, but we should. And the Senate should pass this resolution just as the House passed a war powers resolution. This is the first war powers resolution since the United States resumed daily strikes against Iran, and the first since we reimposed a full naval blockade. It's the first resolution since another 4 American soldiers were killed. It's the first resolution since shipping in the Strait of Hormuz has once again been ground to a halt. And I think all of us here in the Senate know the Strait of Hormuz was open before President Trump launched this war. In the weeks since the last vote, more civilians have been killed as well. And the United States and Iran are now deliberately targeting civilian infrastructure. President Trump said that he will destroy a bridge or a power plant in Iran for every ship attacked in the Strait. It did not have to be this way. Many of us warned before this war began that military force would not achieve the vague, constantly shifting objectives its advocates promised. We warned that abandoning diplomacy would make the region more dangerous, not less. We warned that military action would strengthen the most hardline voices inside Iran rather than weaken them. We warned that this conflict would destabilize the region, threaten the global economy, drive up costs for American families, and ultimately leave the United States worse off. And Mr. President, since then, every single one of those warnings has come true. I wish they hadn't, but they have. Mr. President, we've heard the arguments warmongers have used to justify this stupid war before. The promises of quick victories. Just one more bombing campaign would finally produce lasting peace. We've heard that regime change is just around the corner. We've heard repeated calls for military adventurism while diplomacy was dismissed as some kind of weakness. Those arguments were wrong before, and they are wrong today. This is the same kind of delusional thinking that sucked the United States into endless wars in the past. The kind of endless wars that this president promised he would keep us out of. When he promised he would focus on bringing down prices, he's done the opposite. So, Mr. President, we must make better choices, and we cannot allow the past to repeat itself. But that's what happens when your objectives keep changing. That's what happens when you convince yourself, against all available evidence, that just one more week or one more month of fighting will bring victory. You know, on March 1st, the day after starting the war, President Trump was asked how long the war would go on. Does anybody remember what he said? 4 to 5 weeks. It'll be over in 4 to 5 weeks, he said. Well, the president said that about 20 weeks ago. And it was all a lot of nonsense. In late March, he repeatedly claimed victory. President Trump said, "We won, go look it up." It's all over his social media channels. We won, we won. Colleagues, I have some questions. If we won back in March, why are more Americans getting killed in July? If we won back in March, why is the Strait of Hormuz closed? If we won back in March, why is the war expanding as Houthis attack ships transiting the Bab el-Mandeb Strait into the Red Sea? If we won back in March, why are oil and gas prices and diesel prices shooting through the roof again, imposing costs on every American family? Is that their definition of winning? Well, I wondered what their answer to that question was. So earlier this week, I asked Secretary of Defense Hegseth what his definition of winning looks like. And there was no clear answer. And that's because their objectives keep changing. He finally settled on the objective of making sure Iran does not get a nuclear weapon. But colleagues, remember this. Just last year, shortly after Operation Midnight Hammer, the 12-day war, here's what Secretary Hegseth told the country, and I quote, "Our bombing campaign obliterated Iran's ability to create nuclear weapons," unquote. The president told us the same thing. And the president's director of national intelligence testified in this Senate just months ago that it was the assessment of the U.S. government that Iran did not intend to restart any enrichment program. The president, during the time the memorandum of understanding was in place, hailed the fact that the Iranians said they had no plans and would not build a nuclear weapon. Apparently, the president had not been informed that they had made that commitment over a period of years. The whole purpose of the JCPOA was to hold them to that commitment, to make sure that we could identify immediately if they were violating that commitment. Of course, that's the agreement that President Trump tore up in his first administration. But so when I pointed all this out to Secretary Hegseth, all he could go back was to tired, old talking points that has gotten us into this mess and keeps us in this mess. In fact, it clarified the reality of what we've known since day one, that the Iran war is a war in search of a mission. And Mr. President and colleagues, that's how forever wars begin. 18 American service members have lost their lives. Hundreds more have been wounded, including over 100 just from the last 2 weeks. And the civilian death toll continues to rise. At the start of the war, an American Tomahawk missile strike killed more than 150 Iranian civilians in Minab, more than 100 of them children. On top of those killings of school kids, thousands of other civilians have been killed or injured across Iran, Lebanon, Israel, and the rest of the region. And on top of all that, oil prices jumped. Then they settled a little bit during the memorandum of understanding, and now they're jumping again. They've risen back to a national average of around $4 a gallon and rising. Diesel prices have surged above $5 a gallon. All of us understand that when gas and diesel prices go up, those increased costs filter throughout the economy. Trucks that are trucking food from one place to another, higher diesel prices, higher food prices, higher grocery prices throughout our economy, imposed on families already struggling with the costs of groceries and housing and health care and child care and other necessities. And again, this is the president who said that he was going to end wars and focus on bringing down costs. This is a strategic blunder on a massive scale. It's a self-inflicted wound on our country, and all for what? That is the question every one of us should be asking as we vote shortly on this war powers resolution. How has continuing this war made the American people safer? How has it made the Middle East more stable? How has it strengthened America's national security? I have yet to hear a credible answer to that question, and that's because there isn't one. You know, Mr. President, these are the kind of questions that should be asked before a war is started, before we put American troops at risk. Colleagues, there is no good way out of a bad war. But as I've said repeatedly, when you're digging yourself a hole, the first thing you should do is stop digging. And that's what this resolution seeks to do. Let us stop pretending that Congress has no role to play while American service members remain in harm's way. Many of the people who enthusiastically supported launching this war have been unwilling to take responsibility for authorizing it. That should concern every member of this body. It should concern every American, regardless of party. Because if a member of the Senate truly believes that this war is justified and the right thing to do, put it up for a vote. Put it up for a vote for an authorization to use military force. I disagreed with the decision to go to war in Iraq. President Bush asked for an authorization for military force, and this Congress acted on it. In my view, they made the wrong decision, but at least they took responsibility for their actions as the Constitution requires. So, Mr. President, this is an opportunity as the war escalates even further, as more American service members are killed, as more civilians are killed, as oil and gas prices and other prices go up. This is an opportunity for this Congress to finally take responsibility. We passed a concurrent resolution in the past. We know the president has no respect for the law, but we have an obligation to our constituents. We should not duck that responsibility. We should not simply allow this war to go on without up or down votes on an authorization to use military force. And today we have a chance to take accountability and send a message by supporting this war powers resolution. I urge all my colleagues to adopt it, and I yield the floor.
Minority Leader.
Mr. President, Trump got America into this mess in Iran, and he's made it clear he's both unwilling and unable to get us out. For the sake of our service members, their families, working people from one end of the country to the other who are getting crushed by higher costs and gas prices, Senate Republicans need to join us and end Trump's war in Iran. People across the aisle know, most everyone here knows, what a fiasco this war has been. Well, now we need a little courage and strength to end it. And we need to get our Republican colleagues to step up to the plate and do what they know deep in their hearts is the right thing to do. How many service members will die before Senate Republicans decide this war needs to end? How many of our troops will be wounded before Senate Republicans find a spine? How many times will Democrats have to force a vote on our war powers resolution to bring our troops home before Senate Republicans join us? And they're going to have to vote on it again and again and again until they join us in ending this war. Every time Republicans oppose our war powers resolution and vote against ending this war, they lose the faith of the American people. Senate Republicans keep trying to protect Donald Trump, but it's our men and women in uniform whose lives are in danger they should be protecting. Senate Republicans know how dearly this war is costing the American people. Gas, $4 a barrel, crude oil, over $100, families shelling out hundreds, if not thousands of dollars in extra costs on basic goods. But Senate Republicans just want everyone to be calm and carry on. But the American people are not calm. They don't like this war. Democrats, Republicans, independents. So Senate Republicans need to wake up, not next week, not next month, now. Now's the time to wake up, to Republicans. Now is not the time to keep bending the knee to Donald Trump as he dizzies himself, running around in circles, chasing his own tail. It's time to stand up for the American people and declare in one voice this war cannot and must not go on. Every member of the Senate, whatever your politics, ought to be in arms over this war, its lack of direction, its lack of conclusion, its lack of consistency. Every single senator ought to support our resolution to end this war. We will keep forcing votes until Senate Republicans stop playing dumb and summon up the courage to do what is right. I yield the floor and ask for the yeas and nays. Yeah.
Is there a second? Appears to be. Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Ms. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Booker, Collins, Duckworth, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Kane, Kim, Merkley, Murray, Sanders, Schumer, Shaheen, Van Hollen, Welch, and Whitehouse. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Armstrong, Barrasso, Cassidy, Cotton, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Fetterman, Husted, Johnson, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, Ricketts, Sheehy, Tillis, Tuberville, and Young. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Ms. Graham, no. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Moran, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. King. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Rounds, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Blunt-Rochester, aye. Mr. Moreno, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, no.
This vote, the ayes are 47, the noes are 49. The motion is not agreed to.
On this vote, the ayes are 47, the noes are 49. The motion is not agreed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Daniel Mack, Trainer of North Dakota, to be United States Circuit Judge for the 8th Circuit.
Pardon? The question is on the nomination. Yeas and nays. Do I see a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Rochester. Okay. Who? I don't see anybody. There you go. I did get you. Okay. Thank you. Hogan. Thank you. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Thank you. All right, bye. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Budd, Cornyn, Kramer, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoeven, Husted, Lankford, Scott of South Carolina, and Sheehy. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Gallego, Hirono, King, Lujan, Markey, Padilla, Sanders, Schatz, Warner, Warren, and Wyden. Mr. Moran? Aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand? No. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Armstrong, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Graham, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Boozman, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Cotton, aye.
Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Brooks, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Ms. Rosen, no.
On this vote, the yeas of 48, the nays of 47. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. Senator from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 6 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today to speak about the war in Ukraine and to say something that's been a long time coming. The tide is turning against Vladimir Putin. For more than 4 years, Russia has waged a brutal, unprovoked war of aggression against a free and sovereign Ukraine. Putin bet that Kyiv would fall in days. He bet that the West would fracture in response. And when that didn't work, he bet that Ukraine would break in a few months. And he was wrong on every count. And today, he finds himself in a moment of weakness. President Trump promised peace through strength, and his strategy is working. By restoring American deterrence, by driving our allies to historic levels of defense investment, and by pairing diplomacy with the credible threat of crushing economic pressure, President Trump has changed the trajectory of this war. And Putin is weaker today, and Ukraine is stronger. And now is the time for America to lean into this strategic opportunity and to drive Putin's war machine into the ground. Let's consider the facts. For the first time since 2023, Ukrainian forces have retaken more territory than Russia has gained. The Institute for the Study of War assesses that the war's momentum is shifting in Ukraine's favor, that Russia's spring and summer offensive has stalled, and that Russia cannot recruit soldiers fast enough to replace its losses that are estimated to be between 30 to 40,000 per month. Since President Trump returned to office in January of 2025, Russia has suffered approximately 130 casualties for every square kilometer of Ukrainian territory gained. And as you see in Chart 2, the red areas circled in green here is all that Russia has been able to conquer in the last 18 months. This is not a Russian war machine on the march. It is a war machine that is grinding itself to dust. And how has Ukraine done it? Well, they've done it through courage and ingenuity and innovation. Ukrainian drone operators now dominate the battlefield, extending the kill zone more than 10 miles beyond the front lines. Ukraine has built under fire one of the most sophisticated defense technology sectors in the world. Ukraine produced over 3.5 million drones last year, and it's now deploying more than 10,000 drones daily. Last week at the Pennsylvania Defense and Innovation Summit, which I hosted, CIA Director John Ratcliffe confirmed that most Russian recruits arriving on the front lines survive an estimated 20 to 30 minutes before they are killed or wounded, with drones causing over 80% of those battlefield casualties. Our own warfighters, our own American warfighters, are beginning to implement the lessons learned on the Ukrainian battlefield. And I applaud Secretary Hegseth and Army Secretary Driscoll for leaning into these innovations that our armed forces require. Ukraine has also proven it can strike deep into Russia itself. Russian oil refineries, airfields, ammunition depots, and logistics hubs hundreds of miles from the border are no longer sanctuaries. The war Putin started is now arriving on his own doorstep. And this matters. This matters to us here in America for a simple reason. Ukraine has demonstrated beyond any doubt its ability and its willingness to defend its own sovereignty. The Ukrainian people are not, and I repeat, are not asking American soldiers to fight for them. They are asking for the tools to finish the job themselves. And as someone who wore our nation's uniform, I understand the difference. And we have a critical opportunity to seize this momentum, to increase the pressure on Russia, to halt its unprovoked aggression. Now, no one has worked harder to end this war than President Trump. And let's face it, Ukraine is not a perfect partner. Corruption remains a serious problem, and it should be held accountable to the reform commitments it's already made. President Zelensky has shown a willingness to come to the table at a time when Putin has rejected peace and continued firing on Ukrainian civilians. And you better believe that Beijing is watching our next move very closely. If unbridled aggression pays in Europe, and if unbridled aggression pays in the Middle East, it will be tempted in the Taiwan Strait. And that is one of the many reasons I applaud the President for showing similar resolve against the threat from Iran. This, combined with increasing the pressure on Putin, will ensure that China gets the message. America is serious about peace through strength. But to be clear, Mr. President, we cannot confuse current momentum we see on the battlefield with victory. Two very different things. Putin is still betting on one thing, that he can outlast us, that our attention will drift, our resolve will soften, and his oil revenues will fund this war machine long enough to exhaust Ukraine's defenses. Our job, the job of this body, is to prove him wrong. And that means striking at the one thing that keeps the Kremlin's war going: money. Money is what keeps the Kremlin's war going. And that's why I'm proud to support two strong bipartisan bills that would give President Trump additional tools to leverage in the pursuit of peace. The first is the appropriately named Lindsey Graham Sanctioning Russia Act. Senator Graham championed a foreign policy rooted in American strength, from the defense of Ukraine to the cause of freedom everywhere. And as you see on Chart 3, this legislation would authorize sweeping sanctions on Russian officials, oligarchs, banks, state-controlled entities, and the shadow fleet that Putin has used to evade sanctions. It would give our president the authority to impose tariffs of up to 100% on the top importers of Russian crude oil or natural gas and the top 5 countries facilitating Russian oil sanctions evasion. Finally, it would cut Russia off from U.S. capital and energy markets by prohibiting U.S. investment in Russia, purchases of Russian sovereign debt, and broker-dealer-funded transfers involving the Russian government. The message is simple. If you bankroll Putin's war, you will pay a price in the American capital markets. The second bill is bipartisan legislation that I have introduced with my colleagues here in the Senate, Senator Coons, Senator Husted, and Senator Warren, the Decreasing Russian Oil Profits Act. And as you see on Chart 4, the DROP Act targets the single most important source of revenue propping up the Kremlin's war machine: oil. This legislation fills a gap in our sanctions posture by requiring targeted sanctions on anyone, anywhere dealing in Russian origin oil: the purchasers, the shippers, the financiers, and the executives who profit from it. Now is the time to move on these Russia sanction bills to give the president the tools and the leverage he needs to end this conflict. And now is the time to increase the pressure on Putin's unbridled aggression. Now, Mr. President, this is a bipartisan cause because it's an American cause. Peace comes through strength, never through weakness, never through wishful thinking. And the tide is turning. Ukraine is doing its part on the battlefield, and now the United States must capitalize on this strategic opportunity to weaken Putin's Russia. I urge my colleagues to pass the Lindsey Graham Sanctioning Russia Act and the DROP Act without delay. Give our president the tools he needs to bring this conflict to a peaceful resolution. I yield the floor.
Senator from Vermont is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, a couple of years ago, as you may recall, there was a movie, a film that came out called Don't Look Up, starring Jennifer Lawrence and Leonardo DiCaprio. The film was about a large comet heading to Earth that would destroy the entire planet. And the astronomers who discovered the comet kept trying to gain the attention of people and explain to them what was happening and the need for immediate and bold action to save the planet. In that movie, they failed, and the planet was destroyed. That was a movie. Now let me tell you about something that is not a movie, not fiction, but reality. I fear that we are living through the same scenario that existed in the movie. People, especially their elected representatives, are not paying attention, and the results could be catastrophic. Mr. President, this time we're not talking about a fictional comet. What we are talking about is artificial intelligence, which will almost certainly be the most transformational technology in the history of humanity. It will profoundly impact the life of every man, woman, and child in our country. The scale, scope, and speed of this transformation will be unprecedented. Nearly every day, there is a news story about how AI is already transforming the world, from our economy to its impact on our kids, to our privacy rights, to our political institutions, to the existential threat that it poses to the entire world. Mr. President, let us take a deep breath. When we think about AI, the first question that we have to ask ourselves is a pretty simple one. Who is pushing this revolutionary transformation of society? Who is going to benefit from it? And who is going to get hurt by it? And the answers to those questions are not complicated. At a time in American history when we have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had before, the AI revolution is being pushed by the very wealthiest people in our country, including Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Peter Thiel, and Larry Ellison. And why are these multi-billionaires investing many hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars into AI and robotics? Is it because they want to improve human life? Is it because they want to address the economic struggles facing the 60% of our people who are living paycheck to paycheck? Americans who are struggling to pay for groceries, health care, housing, and education. Is it because they want to make sure that all Americans have access to health care as a human right, and that we successfully address the crises we face in housing, education, and so many other areas? Is that why these multi-billionaires are pushing this revolution? Maybe, but I doubt it. I think the answer is quite obvious, and everybody in America knows it. These multi-billionaires are investing in AI and robotics because they want to become even wealthier and even more powerful than they are today. That is what is motivating these investments. Mr. President, I think it's enormously important we take a hard look at what an uncontrolled AI push by the wealthiest people in our country will mean to ordinary Americans. Over the past year, I have spoken with workers and union leaders, computer scientists, psychologists, religious leaders, environmentalists, and privacy experts about AI and robotics. And while each of these people may be focusing on a different aspect of the overall situation, they all agree that the unregulated race to develop more and more powerful AI represents a profound threat to humanity. And Mr. President, this is exactly what the average American today is telling us. Recently, a poll came out from the publication Heat Map which expresses an enormous change in sentiment with regard to data centers. Whereas a year ago, Americans were evenly split on whether they supported building a data center near where they live, there is now a 50-point gap, with 71% of Americans opposed to building a data center near where they live. And it's not just data centers. When pollsters ask how people feel about AI, there is enormous and growing apprehension. A recent Quinnipiac poll found that 55% of Americans think AI will do more harm than good, and only 5% think AI development is being led by people and organizations that represent their interests. Mr. President, let me give you some of the reasons, just some, as to why the overwhelming majority of Americans are deeply concerned about the rapid development of AI and robotics. The American people feel, with 70% numbers in a recent poll, that AI will lead to fewer jobs. And they're quite right about their concerns. Elon Musk, who has invested hundreds of billions in AI and robotics, recently said that, quote, AI and robots will replace all jobs, end quote. Bill Gates, who has also made huge investments in these technologies, predicted that humans, quote, won't be needed for most things, end quote. Mustafa Suleyman, the CEO of Microsoft AI, said most white-collar work, quote, will be fully automated by an AI within the next 12 to 18 months, end quote. And it's not just white-collar jobs that we're talking about. Earlier this year, Wall Street Journal reported that Jeff Bezos is seeking to raise $100 billion to purchase factories all over America. His goal? Replace the millions of workers who are employed in these plants with robots. Recently, I took a trip in a self-driving Waymo car in San Francisco. There was nobody behind the wheel. Waymo is already operating self-driving cars in 10 major cities, and along with other driverless car companies, intends to expand rapidly. What does that mean? Well, say goodbye to taxi cab drivers, Uber drivers, truck drivers, bus drivers, all across the country. Those jobs gone. As the ranking member of the U.S. Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, I released a well-researched report finding that AI, automation, and robotics could replace nearly 100 million American jobs over the next decade, including 47% of truck drivers, 64% of accountants, 89% of fast food workers, among many other occupations. These are not just theoretical concerns. We're already starting to see the impact of AI and robotics on workers. Amazon and Oracle have laid off 30,000 workers each. Microsoft has laid off 20,000 workers. Meta has laid off 18,000, et cetera, et cetera. Researchers have found that new companies using AI have about 25% fewer employees than comparable companies. In other words, the AI revolution is already making it harder for people to find decent-paying jobs, and we are only in the beginning stage of this revolution. Let me be clear. The AI oligarchs do not want to just replace specific jobs. They want to replace workers. That is the goal. According to OpenAI's charter, its mission is to build, quote, highly autonomous systems that outperform humans at most economically valuable work, end quote. If OpenAI is successful in building highly autonomous systems that outperform humans at most economically valuable work, I have a very simple question. What happens to those workers who are replaced? How will they be able to find new jobs if there are no jobs to find? If AI and robotics eliminate millions of jobs and create massive unemployment, how will people survive if they have no income, if people are not employed, and if they're not paying taxes? What happens to Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and other essential government services funded by these taxes? But it's not just employment that I am worried about and that the American people are worried about. AI and robotics threaten our emotional well-being, who we are as human beings, how we relate to each other. In many cases, work is one of the ways that we connect to each other. Whether we are doctors or taxi cab drivers, we all want to serve our community, want to be productive members of society. That gives our lives purpose. And what happens when millions of people lose their jobs, their meaning and their purpose, and their source of connection to each other? And work is just one aspect of what we're talking about. What happens when people live through their screens? Their major form of social interaction is not with other people, but with screens and artificial intelligence, talking to chatbots instead of other people. Further, Mr. President, AI and robotics are threatening the very well-being of our kids. Let us be frank. Even before the widespread deployment of AI, children in our country are struggling. A lot of reasons for that, but the evidence is clear. They are struggling. Today, high school kids have the lowest reading scores in 30 years. The writing skills of our children are in decline, as are their cognitive capabilities. College professors tell us that their students cannot do middle school math or read long texts. That is where we are now. What got us here? Where are we going in the future? Experts increasingly point to the role of screens and technology. In America today, and this is really, I keep questioning my staff about this, but they tell me that this is accurate. In America today, about 40% of children have a tablet by age 2. 40% of children have a tablet by age 2. The typical 5-year-old spends over 3.5 hours per day on screens. Nearly all schools now provide devices in classrooms. Mr. President, what is going on here? And let us be clear. The extraordinary amount of time our young people spend on screens and the impact that that time on screens is having on them, all of this is not an accident. We have testimony from employees at the major big tech companies like Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram, that algorithms they developed were designed to addict kids to screens. Addict kids to screens. A senior researcher at Meta, for example, called Instagram, quote, a drug. In other words, Mr. President, the big tech oligarchs are addicting our kids to screens so that they can make more and more money. They are sacrificing the health and well-being of our children for their increased wealth. And now big tech companies are pushing AI and robots to replace teachers in our classrooms. Apparently, it is not good enough for them to addict our kids to screens. Now they want to push AI and robots to replace teachers in classrooms. Do we as a nation really want AI robots teaching our kids? Does anyone have any evidence whatsoever that this new technology will help our kids learn better? And it is not just the intellectual abilities of our kids that we should worry about. AI is also impacting their mental health. It is no great secret that millions of our children are struggling emotionally, and loneliness and depression are on the rise. There are many kids in America today whose best friends are not other children they know, but AI bots. What does it mean for young people to form friendships with AI and become increasingly isolated from other human beings? Does anyone in America think the past 20 years of social media have been good for children's mental health and cognitive capabilities. Does anyone really think we should now entrust these same companies with even more power over our children's well-being and development? But it's not only our kids' health, it's not only the economy. AI is threatening the very concept of privacy rights. You know, we hear on the floor of the Senate time and time again, we are a free country, we are a free people. Well, let me give you the bad news. We're not quite as free as people think we are. For decades, companies have been collecting our personal information, what we search for online, where we visit, who we talk to, what we buy. Now, AI-powered surveillance companies like Palantir make it possible for someone to quickly analyze all that information, find patterns, and create profiles of us. And by the way, Mr. President, not just the economy, it's not just our mental health, it's not just what's happening to our kids. AI is threatening our democracy. But back to that film, Don't Look Up. Well, maybe we should look at what's going on the internet right now. Right now, this minute. The rise of deepfakes, convincing fake images, videos, and audio make it possible for bad actors to distort what elected officials and candidates are saying. And I suspect this is personal for many members of the Senate who have had experiences with this issue. And let me tell you, if you don't think this will ever happen to you, you are very mistaken. In a recent Republican congressional primary in Kentucky, a super PAC opposing Thomas Massey released an ad with deepfakes depicting him in a romantic relationship with female members of Congress. It was a lie, but there were voters in Kentucky who believed that. Bottom line, Mr. President, it is becoming increasingly difficult for people to differentiate truth from fiction. How can people make informed political decisions if that occurs? And Mr. President, as we speak, all over this country, people are rising up against data centers in their own communities. They don't want to pay higher electric rates. They're worried about the impact of water. They're worried about the impact of noise and heat. And we're seeing people, whether they are Republicans, Democrats, conservative, progressive, saying no to these data centers. So, Mr. President, I hope very much we don't do what people did in that movie, Don't Look Up. I hope while this massive revolution is taking place, which is going to transform our lives, I hope that we look up. And I hope that people in Congress have the guts to say that the future of humanity should not be determined by a handful of the wealthiest people on earth. That maybe in a democratic society, the people should determine where we want to go. And I know that AI is spending tens of millions of dollars on campaign contributions. And if you speak up against them, hey, they're going to put millions of dollars of 30-second ads against you. But maybe just now in this moment in American history, we have the guts to tell AI where they should go. Stand up for our kids, stand up for democracy, stand up for privacy, stand up for workers, and utilize AI and robotics to benefit all of us, not just to make a handful of billionaires even richer. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Antonio M. Pozos of Pennsylvania to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania.
The question is on the nomination. Sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Banks. Mr. Brasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Mastel. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Ms. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson.
Sullivan, aye.
Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Armstrong, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Collins, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moreno, Ricketts, Risch, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Wicker. Mrs. Capito, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Duckworth, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Kelly, Kim, King, Reed, Sanders, Schiff, Smith, Welch, and Wyden. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Alsa Brooks. Ms. Alsa Brooks, no. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz. No. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee. Aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper. No. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock.
Companion.
No. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan. No. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt. Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand. No. Miss Cantwell. Miss Cantwell. No. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Justice, aye.
On this motion, the yeas are 49, the nays are 44. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Utah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tomorrow, Utahns will celebrate Pioneer Day, which commemorates the arrival of the first company of Latter-day Saint pioneers into the Salt Lake Valley on July 24th, 1847. For many outside Utah, Pioneer Day may seem a little unique and a strange local observance, but the values it commemorates are profoundly American and can resonate with all of us. We recognize not only a historic journey, but the enduring pioneer spirit that helped shape the American West and continues to shape our country today. The early members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints sought to actualize our first freedom and something every American should cherish, religious liberty. Instead, they were driven from their homes, stripped of their property, and forced to flee into an uncertain wilderness. Thousands traveled more than 1,300 miles across plains, deserts, and mountains. I recently walked 250 miles in remembrance of that journey. And it's true, it challenged me, but I had every modern advantage, including 7 pairs of shoes, a support team, an RV to sleep in. Their sacrifice was an entirely different magnitude. Parents buried children. Children buried parents. Spouses buried their soulmates. Yet they sang a song that will be sung in many church buildings across Utah on Sunday. Come, come, ye saints. In that song, they sing, all is well. For they had a vision of a land, as the song goes, far away in the west, where none shall come to hurt or make afraid, where the saints will be blessed. When they finally reached that place, the Salt Lake Valley, they didn't dwell on all they had lost. They focused on what they could build. Within days, they were planting crops, digging irrigation canals, laying out streets, and creating communities where none had existed before. Over the decades that followed, they established hundreds of settlements across the Mountain West, built roads and bridges, and helped countless other immigrants travel west. That is the pioneer spirit. That is the American spirit. It is resilience in the face of hardship. It is self-reliance married with cooperation. It's choosing to build instead of surrender. As our nation celebrated the 250th anniversary, I believe those values are as relevant today as they were nearly 180 years ago. Every generation faces its own frontier. Ours may not be crossing the plains, but we're still called to solve difficult problems, contribute meaningfully to our communities, and leave a better nation for those who inherit it. Americans still want to build something meaningful. They still want to provide for their families. They still want their children to inherit greater opportunities than they themselves received. Those aspirations haven't changed. What has changed is that sometimes we forget the virtues and the sacrifices required to achieve them. May we all, this Pioneer Day, recommit ourselves to remembering that heritage and channeling that spirit in our own hearts. Because the American story has never belonged to just one generation. It is written by each generation willing to work, sacrifice, and build for the next. That is why the resolution I'm introducing with my colleagues today is about more than honoring the past. It's about carrying forward the virtues that made those pioneers successful: faith, sacrifice, community, industry, and perseverance. May we honor their legacy by living those same values and continuing to move our nation forward, one faithful step at a time. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield my time.
President.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to legislative session.
The questions on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I withdraw my motion to proceed to calendar number 436, S4784.
The leader has that right.
And I move to proceed to calendar number 454, HR 5334.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 454, HR 5334, an act to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to allow early childhood educators to take the educator expense deduction and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the motion to proceed to calendar 454, HR 5334, an act to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to allow early childhood educators to take the educator expense deduction and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
President, I ask consent the reading the names be waived.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator from California.
Mr. President, more than a year and a half ago, when Donald Trump placed his hand on a Bible and took the oath of office for the second time, he swore to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. In the time since, he has failed to live up to that basic promise. Instead, he has focused laser-like on a very different priority: to preserve, protect, and expand his family's wealth. The payments to the president and his family have been massive. The self-dealing and profiteering have been absolutely breathtaking in their scope. And you don't have to take my word for it. 2 weeks ago, the president filed his annual financial disclosure, signed under penalty of law. It shows more than $2.3 billion in income last year alone. $2.3 billion made by the president in the last year alone. Wow. That is 3.5 times what he reported the year before. So either he's just become a much better businessman since he became president, or he is corruptly using his office to enrich himself. The same can be said for much of the rest of his family. Exposing this corruption is the first necessary step to stopping it. This is important in its own right. Public servants should not be enriching themselves at public expense. But it is even more crucial to root out corruption for another reason. And that is because the cost of corruption is an economy that does not meet the basic needs of the American people. An economy that does not produce housing that average families can afford, or a college education that young people can obtain without mortgaging their future, or quality health care that is accessible, or groceries that don't break the family budget. When the president is fixated only on his family's personal wealth, on the money he can make by abusing the power of his position, on his own vanity projects, gilding the White House, gilding statues, and gilding a ballroom, he has very little time or inclination to address the problems facing ordinary Americans. They are mere afterthought, and the country suffers. That is the true cost of corruption. So today, I'm going to walk you through the top 10 ways this president has turned the Oval Office into a personal revenue stream. The settlements he's collected, the gifts he's pocketed, the money he and his family have extracted from anyone with the misfortune of needing something from this government, and the pet causes he has extorted money to fund. Bear in mind, every number I'm about to give you is either taken from his own financial filing or from public reporting. And because the president seems to enjoy ratings and rankings, we'll count them down from number 10 all the way to number 1 of the top 10 most corrupt self-enrichment schemes of the president. And by the time we reach number 1, we will have tallied billions of dollars for him, for his family, for his personal whims, and nothing for you. That is the cost of corruption. Number 10, overseas licensing. Let's start small, and by small, I mean $23 million. Since his reelection, the Trump family has made it at least $23 million licensing the Trump name overseas. A hotel in Amman, towers in India, golf courses on the outskirts of Riyadh and Doha. These are just a few of the more than 20 overseas projects the Trump administration is now pursuing, many of them requiring the cooperation of foreign governments. And here's the thing about needing help from foreign governments when you happen to be the President of the United States. Those governments are going to want something in return. They're going to want you to treat them very, very favorably in return. These countries all want something from the United States of America. U.S. military protection, U.S. nuclear power plants, U.S. technologies, U.S. AI chips, you name it, they want something from this country. And these countries are not investing in the Trump family projects out of the goodness of their hearts. They want payback, and much to the detriment of Americans' national security interests, they're getting it. Let's look at just one example, this one from Southeast Asia. The administration agreed to lower its threatened tariffs on Vietnam, but not until after the Trump Organization broke ground on a $1.5 billion Trump golf course complex outside of Hanoi, a golf complex that Vietnamese officials fast-tracked by ignoring their own rules. This kind of overt pay-to-play is playing out in country after country after country. What is the cost of this corruption? Well, our national security suffers when the president sells advanced chips to a Gulf nation, not because it's in our interest to do so, not because our own AI companies don't need the chips to compete, but because the president or his family got a payoff. Our country suffers when the president makes national security decisions for financial reasons that benefit not the country but himself. Did the president just approve nuclear power plants in Saudi Arabia because it's a good idea? Or because the Saudis have been phenomenally generous to the Trump family business, to the president and his sons, and to his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, in particular, in whom they invested a cool $2 billion. Will American troops, our sons and daughters, be more at risk of deployment to the Middle East with more endless wars, or because of a nuclear arms race that we helped get started in the region, not because helping the Saudis go nuclear was good for us, but because the Saudis wanted payback for their investment in Donald Trump's family? That is the cost of corruption. Number 9, the Paramount-CBS settlement worth $36 million. Number 9 brings us to perhaps one of the most frivolous media lawsuits to ever see the inside of a courtroom. Following a 60 Minutes interview with Vice President Kamala Harris during that presidential campaign, Trump sued CBS, alleging, believe it or not, election interference. His claim that CBS edited the interview to make Harris sound better. Let me remind everyone, most long-form television interviews are edited. That's how television works. But in Trump's reality, editing is election interference if he doesn't like the edits. CBS acknowledged the suit was frivolous. The president had no right to sue because he doesn't like how an interview with someone else is edited. It's absurd. The studio has a First Amendment right to make those decisions for itself. Nevertheless, CBS agreed to pay off the president $16 million. Why? Not because they thought they would lose the litigation. They knew Trump's claim would never be successful. No, CBS agreed to pay off the president because its parent, Paramount Studios, wanted to merge with Skydance in a deal worth $8 billion. What was a $16 million payoff compared to an $8 billion deal? And it wasn't just the $16 million payoff. Skydance also committed to paying another $20 million in advertising and public service announcements favored by the president. Final tally, $36 million. That the president was able to extort because he could leverage his power to kill the merger deal into a personal payoff. So what's the cost of that corruption to you? Well, if you're a worker in the entertainment industry, it just might cost you your job, because a merger that was approved on a corrupt basis and without considering job losses in the industry wasn't made to benefit you. If you're a consumer, you'll be paying more for your streaming service and have fewer choices, because this deal wasn't approved with consumers in mind. It was approved to make money for the president. This particular brand of corruption, suing media companies to extort them for payoffs, goes beyond anything the president did in his first term. This president doesn't just complain about the press, calling them fake news or enemies of the people. No, that was the stuff of Trump 1. In Trump 2, he sues them into submission, uses the leverage he has over their business deals and mergers, and pockets the proceeds. More money for him, fewer jobs for you, and more money out of your pocket when you want to stream your favorite shows. This is the cost of corruption. Number 8, big tech settlements, $60 million. Number 8 is a 3-for-1. Twitter, YouTube, Meta, $60 million combined. Trump got suspended from these platforms for conduct related to the attack he incited on the Capitol. He sued. And one by one, these companies paid up to him personally and to his pet projects, like the Golden Ballroom. Twitter, now Elon Musk's X, settled for $10 million, a case a district judge had already thrown out, and that an appeals court was openly skeptical of. They paid anyway, and the president's response? He went on television to complain it was not enough, it was too low, that he was, quote, looking to get much more money than that. YouTube settled for $25 million. And in a flourish of creative accounting, $22 million of it was routed straight to the White House Golden Ballroom project. More on that ballroom in a minute. But Meta, parent company to Facebook and Instagram, they also settled for $25 million. And just to sweeten the pot, they kicked in an additional $1 million to Trump's inaugural fund. So let's recap just this item. The president sues these platforms over their refusal to amplify his false claims about the election and his incitement of insurrection, using the leverage he now has over them as president to help or to hurt their businesses. He extorts them to the tune of $60 million. It is a disinformation loyalty program, except the rewards go to the president, and the rest of us get more false claims, more false information, more social harms from an unregulated social media, and potentially more incitement of violence around our elections. This is the cost of that corruption. Number 7, Amazon and the Melania documentary, $40 million. For number 7, we move back to the family business. You may have seen the trailers. Amazon struck a $40 million deal with First Lady Melania Trump for a documentary about her life before and during her time in the White House. Reports indicate that Melania's team shopped the project to several studios and executives, many of whom had attended Trump's inauguration before Amazon closed the deal. And Amazon separately contributed another $1 million to Trump's inaugural fund. Of the $40 million, though, the First Lady personally received $28 million. The big-time theatrical run of this film brought in only $16 million at the box office, landing it at a sweet number 68 on the 2026 releases, behind Bunny, behind Guru, and behind Mobile Suit Gundam Hathaway, the sorcery of Nymph Cersei. Bear in mind, the Melania movie was so bad that one reviewer at Variety said that if you saw it on a plane, you would still walk out. But Amazon paid the Trump family $40 million for it. Why? Because Amazon has huge contracts at stake worth billions of dollars. What is a $40 million payment for Melania when you want a federal cloud computing contract worth 100 times that much, worth billions? So while families across the country are wrestling with the skyrocketing price of groceries, the First Lady is collecting $28 million for a documentary about herself. But more important, we end up paying Amazon billions in government contracts, when Amazon may or may not be the best deal for the American taxpayer, when the amount of the contract may or may not be competitive with other companies, when Amazon may or may not be the best competitor in the bidding process. We may never know if taxpayers are getting ripped off and whether the true cost of the Melania film was a bad deal for the country, costing taxpayers billions of dollars on cloud computing that we didn't need to spend. This kind of corrupt contracting, whether taxpayer funds are wasted because of a backroom deal or a kickback, is common in developing countries. But it hasn't been common in here. Not until now, and that is the cost of corruption. Number 6 of the top 10 Trump graft schemes is the Trump meme coin, coming in at a whopping $635 million. Just 24 hours before taking the oath of office, Donald Trump launched a meme coin called Dollar Trump. A meme coin is a kind of a joke digital currency, but Trump saw the opportunity for personal profit, about $635 million worth. And the people on the other side of that trade, more than 810,000 of them, have lost a combined $2 billion. That's 810,000 people that bought this meme coin, this Trump meme coin, mainly the president's own supporters, lost money so the president could make hundreds of millions of dollars. But even that is not the end of the story. It gets worse. Trump hosted a private dinner for top holders of his meme coin. Investors were told they had a 2.5-week window to buy enough Dollar Trump to earn a seat. He created a public auction where what was being auctioned off was access to the president. Buy Trump's meme coin and you get to dine with the president. Where? At his own private club in Virginia. And among the guests, a crypto billionaire who'd been charged by the SEC with fraud, in a case in which Trump's SEC just coincidentally asked a judge to hit pause on the matter, just weeks before the meme coin dinner. And this March, the case was dropped entirely, dismissed with prejudice, never to be brought again, with the company paying a mere $10 million penalty while admitting nothing. This for a crypto billionaire who had poured some $75 million into Trump family crypto ventures. So, to recap this item, the president invents a, by definition, worthless asset, profits while hundreds of thousands of Americans lose their savings buying it, breaks bread with the people his government is investigating for defrauding investors, even as his administration puts an end to the alleged fraudster's potential prosecution. The cost of corruption here, hundreds of millions of dollars go to Trump, hundreds of thousands of Americans lose the value of their purchases, about $2 billion in total, and fraudsters get a pass to commit other frauds on the American people. More money for Trump, more fraud for you. This is the cost of corruption. Number 5, the White House ballroom, $600 million. Number 5 is one of the most audacious schemes in presidential history, the gold-plated, gilded, and gaudy White House ballroom. The president has solicited ever larger donations for this pet project, which now has a whopping price tag of $600 million. a $600 million monument to his vanity, built for him by people who need something from the government, and paid for by you, the taxpayer. Because far from the president's promise that no tax dollars would be used for his golden ballroom, he's making you pay an estimated $300 million of your tax dollars towards this project. Promises made, promises broken, and the taxpayer left holding the bag. Now, I've sought answers from the White House on this ballroom, asking who are the private donors and how much have they given and what businesses do they have, what business do they have before the federal government? Their response, not surprisingly, no response. Not willing to say, not willing to be transparent, wanting to keep it hidden from the American people. But we know there are at least 37 donors, among them Amazon and Apple and Google and Meta and Microsoft and Coinbase and Tether and Caterpillar and Lockheed Martin and T-Mobile and more. Of these corporate donors, 2/3 have been awarded federal contracts over the last 5 years, contracts worth $279 billion. And 14 of them are either facing or have had suspended federal actions for violations of the law. So let's get this straight. Companies under federal investigation, many of them, write a check for the president's ballroom, and their legal troubles go away. Or their contracts multiply, or in some cases, both. Trump even told these donors they'd be the first guest welcomed into the finished ballroom. Quote, "If I still like you at that time, which I'm sure I will." Translation, keep paying, and I'll keep liking you. The cost of this corruption? Hundreds of millions in taxpayer funding that could go to building new hospitals in your community, or building new schools, or keeping the ones near you open. Go to a ballroom instead. Hundreds of daycare centers that could have received funding so you don't have to pay so much for childcare, or so there is even childcare in your area. But instead of building roads or bridges, hospitals or healthcare clinics or childcare, the president is building a gaudy gold toll booth in place of the East Wing. And federal contracts are going to the biggest donors, not the best competitors, and that could cost you billions more in taxes. Number 4, of the top 10 Trump grift and graft, the Qatari jet, worth $400 million. Number 4 is the gift that keeps on taking. A $400 million luxury gift gifted by the government of Qatar to serve as Air Force One through the end of Trump's term, and then transferred to Trump's own museum foundation, his to keep. He took his maiden flight aboard it just a few weeks ago, and while the president insists the plane is free, outfitting it to serve Air Force One as Air Force One could cost American taxpayers up to $1 billion in security upgrades, $1 billion for this free jet that he gets to keep, paid for by you, the taxpayer, and his generous friends, the Qataris. And let's not pretend there's nothing expected in return. Trump himself volunteered that the United States provide security for Qatar and will continue to. He also explained that only a stupid person turns down a free, very expensive airplane. Only a stupid person would turn it down. How could he refuse? So a foreign government hands the president a $400 million jet. We pay $1 billion in taxes to make it usable. He keeps it when he leaves office. And if you think that's corrupt, he thinks you're the stupid one. That is not a gift to America. It's a gift to Donald Trump, paid for by the American taxpayer, courtesy of a foreign government that now holds a great deal of leverage over the president. The same foreign government whose wealth fund is investing in developing the Doha Trump International Golf Club, complete with luxury villas and 18 holes of world-class golf. The cost of this corruption? American foreign policy. Our national security interests in the region now skewed towards a country that gives the president exorbitant gifts or develops real estate deals with his family. That is not putting America first, but putting it last, well behind his family and personal interests in a plane and golf courses. Which brings us to number 3. Big law firm deals worth $940 million. At 3, the numbers have turned even more staggering. After a barrage of executive orders targeting the legal profession, 9 wealthy law firms struck deals with the administration pledging nearly $1 billion in pro bono services to make those threats go away. Threats to disfavor their clients, threats to take their security clearances away so they couldn't represent other clients, threats to look unfavorably on the mergers their clients want, government contracts or lucrative deals favored by their clients. Now, this money didn't land directly in the president's bank account. This is value he extracted, nearly $1 billion in legal work, redirected to causes he favors, surrendered by law firms who were afraid of what he might do to them if they refused. And who negotiated these deals? Reportedly, Boris Epstein, the president's personal lawyer, not a government official, a private citizen allegedly shaking down America's largest law firms on the administration's behalf. $940 million extracted under threat, and all too easily complied with by firms that were unwilling to take a stand. It is a modern protection racket. What is the cost of this corruption? Well, law firms are silenced from representing clients whose interest may be averse to the president. That might be you one day. Businesses unable to get counsel because these law firms are too scared of crossing a vindictive president. That business may be your business one day. And the law firms that stood their ground and defied the president, they risk losing business in a corruption of the economy that only favors firms willing to capitulate to the president. It is Putin-style economics, and it doesn't work any better here than it does in Russia. Number 2, World Liberty Financial and stablecoin reserves, $1.5 billion and counting. We are now in the top 2. World Liberty Financial, the Trump family cash cow, a firm in which the Trump family holds an ownership interest of around 75%. The sale of these governance tokens has earned the family well over $1 billion. A single deal tied to a state-backed fund in the United Arab Emirates funneled $500 million into this venture. A single deal made by a wealthy sheik who is also the head of that country's intelligence service. What could go wrong? And in return, they just got American-made advanced AI chips, just like they wanted. Coincidence? I don't think so. If you do, I have a ballroom I'd like to sell you. But the scheme doesn't stop there, because the Trump family is also entitled to the interest earned on the reserves backing their stablecoin. This income is ongoing, grows by the day, and is pegged to the US dollar itself. Unlike the meme coin, this is real money, more than $1.5 billion and counting. Over $1.5 billion flowing to the president's family through a financial instrument his family controls, launched while he sits in the Oval Office. Not a side business, not a blind trust. The President of the United States using the power and prestige of his office to drive money into a venture he owns and from which he profits every single day. And consider what one of the family's business partners got in return. The world's largest crypto exchange, Binance, helped turn World Liberty's stablecoin from a small venture into one of the largest in the world, first by settling a $2 billion investment from an Abu Dhabi state fund in the Trump coin, then by building it into the exchange's own trading systems. And for that, the Trump family earns interest on every dollar used. And the founder of Binance, what did he get out of it? Well, he'd been convicted of money laundering crimes. He was facing the consequences until last October when the president pardoned him. A foreign-funded boost to the family business repaid with a presidential pardon. The cost of this corruption? Crooked deals to benefit convicted fraudsters U.S. foreign policy for sale to the highest Gulf bidder. Less time, attention, and resources of the country focused on bringing down your costs, improving your quality of life, bringing back prosperity to America. Which takes us, ladies and gentlemen, to number one, the crown jewel. The president, his IRS settlement, and the $1.7 billion slush fund. So here's the scheme. And you have to give the president credit for its audacity. The president sues the IRS, an agency run by one of his employees, one of his appointees, and represented by the Department of Justice, also run by one of his appointees. His lawyers bring the suit, and his lawyers defend the suit. He is functionally suing himself. And he, not surprisingly, settles with himself for a staggering amount. He gets an IRS get-out-of-jail-free card. He faces no audit or investigations for any prior tax fraud or underpayment that he, his kids, his businesses, or his associates have ever made or participated in, a deal estimated to be worth up to $100 million for the Trump family. Personally. It is a sham settlement, castigated by a federal judge as based on a suit brought wholly for an improper purpose, and a settlement that was the product of the worst form of collusion and self-dealing. But that is just the start. The $100 million tax get-out-of-jail-free card, only a start. The settlement also purports to give the president control over $1.776 billion of taxpayer money, which he gets to use as a personal slush fund to compensate his friends and allies who claimed that they have been wronged. Included among the aggrieved, people who violently attacked law enforcement officers on January 6th. Now, these people who attacked police officers on January 6th, they already got pardoned by the president on his first day. But that wasn't enough for them or for the president. They want to be paid for their acts of insurrection, and the president is willing to pay them with your tax dollars. Imagine your tax dollars going to pay cop beaters. And besides the morally repugnant nature of that slush fund and its beneficiaries, it comes at a huge cost. He wants nearly $2 billion of your money, your tax dollars, to fund this cop beater program. Not to serve the public, but as a pot of money he controls, to pay out to the people loyal to him, willing to use violence for him. Congress and the courts have compelled Trump's acting attorney general to back off the fund for now, but not the president. He still wants to make the payoffs to his cronies and enablers, and the administration is looking for other ways to loot the Treasury for the same purpose, using other funds of the Department of Justice. Taxpayer money converted into personal patronage for the president. There is a word for governments that take public money and hand it to their friends, and it is not republic. The cost of this corruption, incalculable. Besides misappropriating billions of your money, it is also rewarding people seeking to overturn a free and fair election. If it succeeds in encouraging others to do so in the next election, the cost to you just may be our whole democracy. So let's add it up. Overseas licensing, $23 million. Media lawsuits, $36 million. Big tech settlements, $60 million. Amazon and Melania, $40 million. The meme coin, $635 million. The White House ballroom, $600 million. The Qatari jet, $400 million. Big law, $940 million. World Liberty Financial, $1.5 billion and counting. The IRS giveaway and slush fund, $1.7 billion and $100 million. For a grand total of $6 billion. And that, fellow Americans, is just the top 10. That doesn't include the Trump wine sold at the Coast Guard exchanges. It doesn't include Don Jr.'s executive branch club. It doesn't include the Trump Resort in Qatar or the Trump Hotel in Belgrade. It doesn't include Don Jr.'s $2.6 million in a drone company that just got, coincidentally, landed an Army contract. And it doesn't even include all the stock trades of the president. The president's own filing shows 3,642 trades in just the first 3 months of the year. 58 trades every single market day, up to $750 million worth of trades. Think about that. The man who's supposed to be running the country, instead he's running a trading desk. And what a trader he is. He bought NVIDIA stock on January 6th of this year, and 1 week later, his Commerce Department approved NVIDIA chip sales to China, a $50 billion opportunity for the company. He bought more NVIDIA in February. A week later, NVIDIA announced a blockbuster deal with Meta. What are the odds, trade after trade, perfectly timed to decisions only his government knew were coming? And these are only the deals that we know about. No one put this historic level of corruption in perspective better than the vice president, J.D. Vance, who recently told a crowd that if Watergate took place today, it would be a 12-hour story. Think about that for a moment. If the president broke into the Democratic Party headquarters, bugged the place, used hush money to cover it up, used the CIA to thwart the FBI's investigation of it, lied to the country about it, J.D. Vance says that would be a mere blip on the screen for them today. He is telling us, the vice president is telling us, that the corruption of the Trump regime, his regime, is so pervasive, they have so successfully normalized it, that Nixon's behavior would seem quaint. Congratulations, J.D. You've made the most egregious corruption commonplace. Well done. You should be so very proud. After Watergate, Congress passed a host of reforms to constrain a future corrupt president. They included limits on campaign finance, safeguards to wall off presidential misuse of the Justice Department, new oversight mechanisms for the intelligence community, offices of Inspector General to root out fraud, and much more. It now falls on us in this generation to usher in a whole new set of reforms to address a far broader range of lawlessness and corruption. During the first Trump administration, I introduced the Protecting Our Democracy Act, a package of reforms meant to address the many violations of law and norms by the president at that time. We have reintroduced it in the Senate, but as the list of laws and guardrails shattered multiplies, the need for corrective action must multiply with it. Just this week, I have introduced 3 additional bills meant to attack conflicts of interest, keep convicted fraudsters out of the government, and tighten our laws against the bribery of public officials. In the weeks and months to come, we must propose the best laws that we can, meant to constrain the worst impulses of human nature. But we must be mindful of this truth as well, and that is no set of laws, no matter how well conceived, no constitution, no matter how brilliantly constructed, can protect our lives, our liberty, our prosperity, if elected officials are unwilling to live up to their oaths or to accept the truth or to put their country over their party. None of it will be enough. We must also return prosperity to America. We must make it possible that when people are working hard, they can earn a good living for themselves and their families. When people see the lives that their parents had as better, all too many are willing to entertain and put their fate in the hands of any demagogue who promises that they alone can fix it. Our democracy will not be on solid ground until our economy is working again for all Americans. When the founders gathered in Philadelphia in the sweltering summer of 1787, they debated a great many things. But one fear united them across every divide: the fear of corruption. They had just thrown off a king. They had risked everything, their lives, their fortunes, their honor, to build something new. A republic, a government of laws, not men. And they knew, with a clarity born of hard experience, that a republic would not long endure if leaders used public power for private gain. That's why they wrote a constitution of checks and balances, one that set the ambition of one branch of government against the other, and included provisions meant to address the personal weaknesses and failings of a president, any president. Because they understood human nature. They understood those in power would be tempted to enrich themselves. They understood that foreign governments would try to buy our leaders with gifts and payments and favors. They imagined something like what we are witnessing today. But what they may not have imagined, what they may have exceeded even their worst fears, was a president so brazen, so shameless, so relentless, and so creative in the pursuit of personal profit, and a Congress so feckless, so loath to confront him, so lacking an ambition for its own power and institution, so willing to let him profit at the public expense, with payout after payout after payout. In 1785, Benjamin Franklin was serving as our ambassador to France. The King of France gave him a gift, a snuff box encrusted with diamonds, a gesture of diplomatic friendship. In Paris, such gifts were routine, business as usual. But back home in America, it sparked a controversy. Franklin had to ask Congress for permission to keep it, and the Congress, then under the Articles of Confederation, granted it. But the concern that a leader less scrupulous than Franklin would be tempted, would be compromised, lingered. So when delegates gathered in Philadelphia 2 years later to write our Constitution, they remembered the snuff box. The first draft said nothing about foreign gifts or emoluments. The final draft did, because they remembered the snuff box. Edmund Randolph, one of the Constitution's framers, later explained it this way: this restriction was provided to prevent corruption. A box was presented to our ambassador by the king of our allies. It was thought proper in order to exclude corruption and foreign influence to prohibit anyone in office from receiving or holding any emoluments from foreign states. They wrote it into the Constitution because of a snuff box. Imagine. And now we have a president accepting a $400 million jet? Can you imagine what the founders would have thought of that? We have a president earning more than $1 billion from a cryptocurrency company his family controls, funded in large part by foreign interests. The founders understood that once you accept the first gift, the second becomes easier, and the third, and soon you're not making decisions based on what's right for the country, you're making them based on who's been generous to you as president. My colleagues, the White House has become a marketplace, and the presidency a crooked family business. Every one of these transactions, the dozens we know about and the many more we surely don't, raises profound questions about the influence of foreign governments and the buying and selling of American policy, American justice, and American democracy itself. Every single day this continues, our democracy is weakened, our institutions are compromised. The office of the presidency is degraded, and the costs come out of your pocket. Out of your pocket. But here's the thing. The founders, in their warning to us about corruption, also gave us the tools to fight it. They gave us a free press to investigate and expose it. They gave us a separation of powers so that no branch could become too powerful. We have those powers in this body to stop it, if only we will use them. And they gave us, above all, a government of the people, the ultimate authority, the final word. And it will take all of us demanding something better, voting for something better, refusing to accept that this is normal or inevitable or just the way things are. A 12-hour story. Our story is not 12 hours long, but 250 years old. It is the story of a country that began as an improbable experiment, where people believed that we had sufficient virtue to be self-governing, that we did not need to be ruled by a despot, a country where what's right matters, where the truth matters, and where decency, basic decency, matters. That is the story of the birth of this country. And that can be the story of its future if we are willing to fight for it. Mr. President, I yield back.
President.
Recognize the senator from Oklahoma.
I move to proceed to executive session to consider executive calendar number 729.
The questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of State, John Breslow, Arizona, to the ambassador to the Republic of Cyprus.
I sent an executive resolution to the desk for the consideration of certain nominations en bloc and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution for the information of the Senate.
Senate Resolution 817, Executive Resolution authorizing the en bloc consideration in executive session of certain nominations on the executive calendar.
In order to place the executive resolution on the calendar, I object to my own request.
Objection having been heard, the executive resolution will lie over one day.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
This has got. Yes, sir. Start right here. Okay. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of Bill S5123, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
S5123, a bill to amend Title 36 United States Code to designate July 20th as Lunar Landing Day.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered and read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
On Senate Resolution 813, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Resolution 813, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 813, designating July 25th, 2026 as National Day of the American Cowboy.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stands adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, July 27th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Further, notwithstanding Rule 22, the cloture motion with respect to the Clayton nomination ripen at 5:30 p.m.
Without objection.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned until under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday.